Okay, we should be live. Hey everybody, welcome back to Sniper Gains. On this channel, we mainly trade futures. So we use a variety of concepts, smart money concepts to make money. Now, speaking of money, I wanted to kind of review how I performed last month, and then we'll see how I'm performing this month. So we're going to go to Top Step. Right now, I have a trade that's running, but I'm going to talk about what's going on here. I do need to go right here to our performance stats. Okay. So in the month of October, so we're going to compare from October to October on both accounts. 1, 2. So in that month, I made $3,101.33 on account number 1. Now, if you're familiar with how I trade, I love copy trading. It's just more efficient way of making money when you're able to multiply it across multiple accounts. But with that being said, I have to practice good risk management. So with this one, it's $3,101.33, and the other one should be the same exact amount. Okay. Now this month, if you shifted this month, I'm not going to lie, I went through a tilt session. If you've seen my past performance, you'll know that on average, I try to stick within 1 to 3 trades per day. You see it here of 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. You can kind of get the idea. I try to stick within 1 to 3 trades. However, on this day, for some reason, I was not willing to walk away with a red day, and it cost me a lot of money because I did 9 trades, which is not good. Then followed up with the next day, another 4 trades. So I started to notice I started to tilt, and because of this tilting session, I had to really dial it back and just try to focus on trying to get $200 per day so I can get to a point where I can be able to at least accumulate enough days to request a payout, even if it's at the end of the month, right? So we did it on this account, and on this other account, I had split it. I wish I had copy traded because I only lost about $25 that week. But because I didn't copy trade, unfortunately, on the other account, it was $464.79. Now, the goal is to get us back to the profit balance, at least of being 4,000 plus. So I'm in my good, nice cushion zone that I personally like. And hopefully, with good, solid trading at the end of the month, we'll walk out of this month green. So that way I can be able to take some profits. And we just keep repeating the cycle. Now, with that being said, let's actually dive into what is going on in the charts. So we're going to go to this. We're going to go here. Now, this, I'm anticipating that price is going to go up. I'm going to go to Trading View just so that way I can explain what's going on and why I decided to take this trade. Give me 1 second. I just want to check on the stream to make sure everything's sounding good. Give me a sec. We'll be right back. So first step is to understand my directional bias and how I gauge bias and momentum. For me personally, any hourly candle above this 50 EMA line on the 1 hour time frame represents to me directional bias, bullish directional bias. Now, let's just say we're to look at gold. You'll notice that all of these candles that are above the 50 EMA are going up. Secondly, you'll start to notice little dots that appear on the candle or on the chart. These are what are known as parabolic SAR dots. Whenever those dots are underneath the hourly candles, it represents bullish momentum. Whenever you notice these dots above the candles, it represents bearish momentum. So when I have bullish directional bias with the candle being above the 50, and then bearish directional bias because it's above the 50 EMA, and what am I saying? I meant to say, whenever we have bullish directional bias because the hourly candle is above the 50 EMA, and we also have bullish momentum because the SAR dots are underneath it. When I have these two combos, it basically means that there's a good chance that gold will most likely push up from a technical standpoint, from what I'm seeing. Now, with that being said, anything can happen, but that's why I decided to go and enter a position. Now, with this one, I'm basically playing the continuation up. So one tool I like to use is known as the Renko chart. So we go here. If you've never seen this Renko chart, this is available on TradingView, but you would have to have a premium package to take advantage of this tool. Now, this tool is very unique because each of these Renko blocks represents a movement of price. It doesn't really take into account of time. Now, what I've learned, a little hack from using the Renko for a little bit, is that if you draw a box like this, and you make sure that, let's just say you're anticipating that you're going to go up. Maybe this might not be the best example. Let me pick something that's really clean, that is easy to spot. I think ES had a perfect one yesterday. Okay. I'm going to go to the 5-minute. We're going to do it on ES so you can see it in a very clean way. Now, on ES yesterday, there was a big push downward, like it started to go down. However, for the reversal, if you had to use the Renko, this is what I would have done. I didn't get a chance to do it because I was at work, but the idea is I'll draw a box. Now this box size is going to be grabbing 3 of these bars. So these dots represent bearish momentum. These dots represent bullish momentum. So the way I like to approach this is I always want to place my box to cover 3 of these Renko blocks. 1 candle needs to be on the bullish side if I'm going bullish, but the other 2 need to be on the bearish side. The reason why I do it like this is I've noticed that whenever price is shifting direction, it will go up, retest, and then push up. So it took me a long time to figure out where to place this, but it tends to be right here. So if we're going bullish, this is the first one. You have that captured, but then you add a buffer of 2 Renko blocks on the opposing wave. So when you do it that way, we will usually take this vertical line, put it in there. This helps me to visually see where I need to target. Then I'm going to move into the 5-minute time frame. Now you might think this is coincidental, like I'm just doing it just for the video, but honestly, this is something that I literally have been doing for quite some time, and I've been getting some pretty good results. And it's not like a super complicated thing. Ideally, what I want to make sure on the hourly time frame is that we have bullish directional bias and bullish momentum. So I will always place my entry right here at the Renko block entry, put it like this, and then try to target a 2R and above. So this might seem like a random example, but ideally I'm trying to do one now live so you can see how it works. Sometimes it might work, Sometimes it might not work, but that's kind of the idea. Now that you have that idea, we're going to go back and I'm going to explain what I'm doing here. So if we look at this MGC trade, we're going to go to the Renko. Now you'll see, same concept. You had this bearish momentum going in, but then as soon as this first candle printed right here, excuse me, give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So as you can see here, this little candle, let me try to zoom in. You might not be able to see it on the stream, but I'm just telling you, wherever I have this cursor, there's a small dot. This represents the start of a new bullish wave, while these other previous dots show bearish momentum. So where I place my box is it'll cover 3 candles, 1, 2, 3. One will be on the new bullish wave. The other 2 will be on the last bearish wave. So the idea is even if price starts to jump around here, you'll have enough cushion for it to push up. Hopefully, you'll have enough cushion for it to push up. So this is a new trading strategy that I pulled from a long time ago, just because I've been noticing I needed a way to take advantage of both continuation trades and liquidity grab trades. So this helps for continuation. So we'll see how it works today. And that's mainly it. So I simply place my box, put in my vertical line. And now I'm going to go into the 5-minute chart. So I did FOMO. I entered like around, let me take a look because I'm trying to remember the time. But I entered at around here, this level right here, instead of entering here because I didn't want to miss on the trade. I should have waited, but I didn't. However, I'm hoping that even with that being said, price will push up. Now, the cool thing about this particular system, after doing a lot of back tests, after seeing it a few times in the charts, is that it can push up to a 5R in like best case scenario. So the goal is we needed to get at least to 2R, which is this line right here. Now, obviously, it looks a little bit different because I entered early. Well, I entered at a bad spot instead of entering here. But I still will keep the original settings of what it should have been. So originally, if I had entered right here, this would have been like 1R, 2R, 3R, 4R, and then 5R. So basically, if price goes to at least 2R, I'll raise it here. So let me write that down. 2R. Okay. So let's just say price were to go up to 2R. What happens is I would raise my stop loss to here. And then, just keep going up. Every R that it goes up, I raise it like that. If it goes up another R, I raise it up to here. And then if it goes another R up to here, I would completely close the trade no matter what, because that's still a 5R and that can go a long way. So we are pretty much waiting. It seems like gold is consolidating. Now, based on what I was seeing on the hourly time frame, and if I go to gold, out of the options that I typically trade, I trade gold, silver, copper, or ES, right? Out of those options, the one that I see that has the highest probability of continuing a bullish trend is still gold. However, gold can reverse just like any other of these instruments right here. So this one is in a unique spot where it's now starting its bullish trend. So I'll keep an eye on that. HG is, let's see here. HG, it's going down while the bullish sawdust are going up. I'm hoping in one of these sequences, it'll start to pick up momentum. But as of right now, there's no clean play that we can use at the moment. ES is showing bearish momentum, but it can easily flip bullish. So now it's just mainly a waiting game just to see what happens on ES. You know, ES is going to be as a backup today. If I can get a good winning trade on the first one, you know, I'll definitely close it because I don't want to push my luck today. I just want to focus on hitting those hits. Boom, boom, boom. So right now, I will say that gold is somewhat consolidating. I'm hoping it's consolidating to go up instead of consolidating to just crash down. So we'll see what happens. But either way, we used 1 micro. We're risking only $116. So that's going to be working in our favor because we're at least in the balance of 4,000, basically in the 4,000 range. I can risk up to 400 on this account. But on my follow account, I'm still around $3,747. So ideally, it should be around 300 on that account. So I'm going to go an even 350. So that way I'm giving myself a little bit of cushion, but I'm hoping that I don't need to use that cushion. That's like the goal. You know, if I can get my first trade to be a winner, especially 200 plus and above, then I absolutely close it because we need to stack these $200 days because of taking too many hits. That tilting session was not good. But even with this trade going along, there was one thing that I will work on is I just need to be more patient enough to enter at the third, at the third Renko break, which should have been right here where you see the box. I've been kind of like FOMOing in because I literally woke up and I saw the candle go in and I didn't want to miss the trade. But that's something that I'm personally going to be working on because I know it really does matter. Because sometimes you can have a deep pullback and that can take you out. But if you had entered a little bit earlier, you'd have been in the game. So it's one of those things I'm going to work on. But for right now, based on everything I'm seeing, this is the play that I'm going to take for today. So if you guys have any questions, just let me know and I'll be glad to answer them. Okay, so with it being consolidating, what I'm going to be doing now is just to simply wait and see if it's going to consolidate to push up. Now, if we take a look on the hourly time frame, we will notice that it is forming this red candle. My hope is that this red candle does not breach this parabolic SAR dot on the 1 hour time frame, because if it breaches, then it's going to do a flip. If a flip happens, then I'm going to switch to ES because I was anticipating it would flip the other way. So it's really about this game right here with gold. If gold can hold this hour push up, then ES most likely will push down, and then I can continue going with this gold trade. But if gold decides to reverse and just do a hard push down, then I'm going to switch to ES, wait for it to move up. For these candles to switch, then I can go up. So it's really about the switch. Either gold is going to keep doing what it does, which is just keep pumping, or I'm just going to just have to sit and wait. So we'll see what happens. But either way, that's why I'm keeping my risk low for now, because ideally I try to stick within 3 trades. Now, if I scale in, I am taking one of those trades, so I really want to make that trade count. So what I personally would do, because I'm on a 3 trade limit, or I try to keep myself on a 3 trade limit, is just to wait for price to go in my direction. Then when I see an opportunity to scale in, then I can push, because I will have the edge in my favor. Now, ideally, I feel more comfortable doing that when price is at least at a 3R. And this is why it's so important for me to have entered here instead of where I entered at this red line. Because if we were in the 3R zone, right, and there was like a nice, let me draw a little box. Let's just say there was a nice entry zone right here. Then I could be able to raise my stop loss to at least where the 3R would be. And then if this were to fail, the 3R, so 3 minus 1R, it would be around 2R. So let's see, actually right over here. So that way, if this were to fail, and I would have another one that's about the same size. So let me do this. Copy, paste. This is an example. So let's just say hypothetically, right? You know, I see a nice place where I can add into the trade to push up, and I use the same original 1R, stop loss. If something were to happen, then all I'd really be losing is, just the 1R. So I'd drop to 2R. But if it's much better for me to do it when I see a nice entry zone around 3R and up, then I can definitely add it into the trade, because then statistically I'll be good. But if I see it over here, I personally don't feel as comfortable, because I'm not, confident that this trade in particular will be the one that will rocket to the moon, right? But if it's already over here, then I have the edge of knowing that even if it were to go wrong, I'm only risking an R, because I've already made 3R technically. But then if the 3R does not work out, it drops to 2R, which still is good in my opinion. So that's why I choose to wait. Okay, gold is doing this consolidation. So hopefully the consolidation is to push up. And I'm definitely going to keep monitoring that. So this is good. 26.6 is always better than 24. So I'm hoping that now, as price is moving up, we're already above the 50 EMA, which is good. Check. Now we have these parabolic SAR dots. They're still underneath it. So if this candle right here just keeps pumping, because when gold is on a bullish run, it will run. But this candle right here needs to kind of like move past this resistance zone right here. If it can break this resistance zone, that'll be perfect. But if this resistance zone is the one that will make it drop, then we have to protect ourselves with the micro being just only $114 loss. I mean, the whole idea behind these strategies, whether it's this one or in my previous videos, what I like to call the CRT model, is they're designed to be more low risk, high RR plays. So with that being said, that's the way I personally like to trade because it makes it a lot easier for me to walk away from a losing day. Now, price is starting to pick up some momentum, so we're going to keep an eye on this. And as it's doing its thing, I'm going to be marking out the candles. So we're going to mark out 3R. And then over here, it's going to be 4R. And then we're going to click OK. And then this is obviously 1R. Okay. So we're going to move it to full screen so it's a lot easier to see. And our ultimate goal, if price lets us, is to get it to a 5R. Now, when price comes to a 2R, I raise it to 1. And then I just keep repeating the sequence. If it's 3R, 2R, 4R, 3R, kind of like that. That's ideally what I'm trying to do. And I'm hoping that gold's momentum is going to be strong enough to push it up. But anything can happen. So that's why we are kind of sitting on our hands just to see where we have what we'll need to do next. So this is just a game of waiting. Thankfully, there's no red folder news event this morning, so that I shouldn't have to be forced to get out of the play unless it stops me out. So we should have enough clearance to let this thing fly, hopefully. So we just have to wait, be patient, and see what happens next. So right now, basically price is still in that consolidation phase. If we take a look, let's see how we're doing on the hourly. So hourly, we're picking up. We're at 28, so it's 27.9. But the main focus right now is to see if it will be able to smash through this 1 hour resistance zone. If it can smash, it'll fly. So it'll be more dependent on here. I'm going to put a little timer to let me know when we get to that spot. Now, while this is cooking, let's see what the other ticker is doing. So mainly right now, we have ES. It's pushing down. Now, you'll notice it's above the 50 EMA, but then you have these bearish SOAR dots right on top. So this is a unique situation where if I see a sequence like this where there's no alignment, I personally wouldn't trade it. The reason why is we're going to be trying to figure out which side is going to win the most. Is it the bullish directional bias or the bearish momentum? To try to decipher that tends to be very tough. So I usually just don't get involved in these kind of situations. I'd rather only be involved where price, the momentum, represented by the parabolic SAR dots, are going are underneath the hourly candles. That represents bullish momentum. And then I want the candles to be above the 50 EMA. That represents a bullish directional bias. So those are the two conditions that I have to see in order to trade anything. If I see a conflict, I just stay away from the trade or the ticker until I see something that makes sense for my brain. So what I'm going to have to do is hopefully as ES is pushing down, gold will push up. Now it is heading towards this resistance zone. So this is where it's going to get a little spicy because this resistance zone is still pretty strong. It is in 1 hour. So we'll have to see if gold will have the muscle to power through this. Because it went, got rejected, now it's going again. Hopefully it'll push up instead of forming a double top. That's what we're trying to avoid. But if it flips, we're protected. We'll just have to kind of cut it short if we need to. Now let's go back. So as you can see, now it's kind of dancing around this zone right here. So we'll see what price does. At this moment in time, we'll just have to wait and see what happens next. So this is a game of patience. Cannot, force or will gold to move in my direction. All I can do is just sit on my hands, wait for the setup to do its thing, and just wait. And if it's a loss, we got plenty of time to hopefully catch another good trade. So we just have to wait and see. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at how it's forming the Renko bricks. So as you can see, we entered right around here. But the idea is over time, as price is moving up, these Renko bricks are going to turn solid green. So you see how this one is solid green? As prices start to move up a little bit over time, it'll form another another green Renko block. So that's just how price works when you're using the Renko. Renko is really good for momentum plays. It's really good for continuation plays and can be really good for reversals. It just depends on the context of the higher time frames. But the benefit of using a Renko is you have a good buffer that you can use, and it tends to be decently accurate if you're following the higher directional bias. So if you have a good directional bias, my directional bias is based on the 1 hour time frame. Any hourly candle above the 50 EMA equals bullish directional bias. Any hourly candle below the 50 EMA on the 1 hour time frame equals bearish directional bias. Second step is momentum. The parabolic SAR dots. Those little dots, if they're above the hourly candles, it represents bearish momentum. If you're below those hourly candles, then it represents bullish momentum. So ideally, I want bullish alignment with the 50 EMA and the parabolic SAR dots. When I see that, then I'm going to dive into the 5-minute chart and try to see if there's a play. So right now, we're just waiting to see how this sequence will pan out. Now, with something like this trading strategy, it does take a lot of patience because we're really trying to push for a high RR setup. And sometimes these high RR setups can take a little bit of time in terms of consolidation. So right now, it's looking like it wants to break out of its consolidation zone. So if you look at it on the 5-minute time frame and we draw a little box, so you see how we're in the consolidation. So I'm assuming that if it pops out, we should see a big pop in volume to push it up to at least a 1 to 2. Now, my big concern is if it pops out, I am hoping, actually, I'm almost kind of like, man, I hope that as soon as price hits here, it just hits it with a lot of force. So that way it doesn't have to have a deep retracement to the 1 hour. Because if it retraces to the 1 hour, it would essentially be a break-even trade, which would kind of suck. But, I have to be very strict about that. That's why you kind of see me kind of being a little harsh on myself about entering here instead of entering here because of the pullback. So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping that it'll pop with a lot of force. So that way, won't have to be taken out of the play. But if it pops and just drops, unfortunately, I would have to take that hit. And that would be technically a break-even trade, maybe with a little bit of profit. But hopefully it pushes up. And if it pushes up, awesome. Then we can get to kind of see if we can trail into a trade or even add into a trade as well. Another major reason why I wish I had entered even here instead of here is that when it hits that 3R zone, ideally, you really want to be making sure that you have enough cushion on the opposite end to, if anything were to go wrong, you would at least walk out with some sort of profit. That's the idea. So ideally, if you're at 3R, right, then you put in a trade over here. If it were to go down, then you'd be at a 2R, which is not bad. So mainly it's just a waiting game. We'll see what happens. Take this off. Yeah, if anything exciting happens, I'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, we'll just have to sit and watch the show. Okay, just an update. As you can see, we're still stuck in this consolidation pattern. Hopefully, let me see if when the new hour is about to start. Ugh, okay. 7:04 Eastern time. So maybe in an hour's time, we'll probably break out of this consolidation because we've been consolidating technically for a few hours. So from 4 to about 7, that's like about 3 hours of consolidation in the same spot. And it's very tight consolidation too. Now, knowing gold has a way of breaking out of these consolidations. The only concern is, will it break out this way, which would suck, or will it break out this way, which would be amazing? So we'll have to see what it does. So this is just me sitting on my hands, waiting to see what makes sense. I'll keep an eye on both gold and ES. So as you can see, as we're heading towards this 1 hour resistance zone, we'll try to see if it will break out. Because ideally what we're trying to get it to do is this. Where is it? Trying to look for a certain tool that I usually use. Okay, the polyline. So the goal is I wanted to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, fly. Ah, shoot. But that's the idea. I'd want it to go, push, retest, keep going. But if it's going here, hitting, rejecting, then there's a good chance it will break. So that's why I'm saying with these upcoming candles, whether it's this one or this one, we have to keep an eye on it. If it does flip, it would suck, but we have to keep moving forward and wait it out. So it's not going to be as fun, but we do have to pay attention to what's going to happen. That's why we keep our risk low, because you never know what could happen, because this consolidation could go take out and then push, but that will be taken out and would have to see if there's a better re-entry. But if it can just push up instead to at least attempt to break that 1 hour resistance zone, would have enough time to be able to raise our stop loss and see if we can muscle through. So again, this is just a game of patience and waiting and waiting and more waiting. So if we see any big developments, I'll let you guys know. But for right now, it's just a consolidation game. Okay, so it appears that price is trying to push down even further. So as price is pushing down, hopefully it will stay within our stop loss. But if it does go through, no problem. We just have to shake it off, reset, and look for another setup. But for right now, setup is still in play. It's just this consolidation is getting a little intense. That's all. Okay, so it's starting to push price down. So as price is pushing down, let's see what it will do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at it on the hourly time frame, see what we're working with. So we're going to go to trading view. Now you can see on the hourly time frame, it's starting to push hard, pretty hard. So what's happening right now is it seems that, let me take this off, that it's wanting to do reverse the opposite way. Now, with a situation like this, that's why we have our stop loss, just to make sure we're not, blowing the account. So we're going to have to see if the bears are going to win in this case, or if the bulls are going to win. So it's definitely very interesting. But right here, you'll see the parabolic star dot is still underneath that hourly candle. But as this candle smashes through, it will flip. And if this flips, this is most likely going to flip the other way. So that's kind of my backup plan, just in case. But we'll see. That's why we have to break it up into smaller risk. And then when it goes in our favor, then we can add to the position. But not until then, because you don't want to incur too much risk. So we just have to be patient. And one of the key things that I usually do, the reason why I risk small in the beginning, is to allow me to be able to let the trade do its job. There have been many times where if I allow my emotions to get involved in the trade, then I kind of regret it afterwards. So I've learned to just keep it low. So that way, if it does go against, then I can take the hit and look for another play. But in the meantime, in consolidation, the reason why it's not so fun is you wondering if this is just going to be another consolidation to drop. So in my mind, I'm definitely thinking about that, but that's why I mitigated my risk as much as I can. But it does seem like it wants to form this double top, which is a bearish reversal. So if that is the case, no problemo. We just have to just adjust and see what happens next. Now you'll see as this starts to go down, this ES is starting to go up. So this is why I'm saying with this case, if this fails, we hop on this and we write it up. So that's kind of me trying to mitigate the risk. Because even though I don't know exactly if this is going to be a winner or loser, what I do know is I need to practice good risk management, and I need to be able to, just trust the process. Because the key thing is by trusting the process of a long series of trades, you will become profitable. But that's why I never put too much into one play, not until I have an edge in the play where I know that even if it were to go wrong, I'm still going to walk out a winner. That's kind of like the idea. I try to put myself in that kind of position where the odds are in my favor. But if the odds are not in my favor, then I have to cut risk low. So right now, when I'm taking a look at the chart, I'm seeing that there's definitely a battle going on between the bulls and the bears, because we've been in a very tight consolidation for about 3 hours. So right now, I'm trying to see who's going to win. Is it going to be the bears or is it going to be the bulls? So we'll see how price reacts. Now, at the moment, it seems that the bears are winning this sequence, which means that ES should probably be pushing up as we speak. Oh, ES is going down? Has not pushed up yet? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I'll definitely keep an eye on that. Yeah, but you can see right now with gold, it's definitely wanting to push to break out. So if it goes down, then that means we're going to have to wait a little bit of a long time to see if there's another play. But the way it's moving, it's definitely moving to where it's taking out this candle. And if it touches this 1 hour parabolic SAR dot, we're most likely going to flip the other way. So this hour is probably the most important hour to decide if we're going to go up or if we're going to start a new bearish reversal trend. Now, when it comes to the sequence like this, I try to resist the temptation to now flip bullish if it were to break down or if it were to stop me out, because I don't want to be going counter trend, right? As much as possible, I need to stick to being aligned with my 50 EMA and the parabolic SAR dot. So they need to be in alignment. Anything above the 50 EMA, bullish directional bias. These parabolic SAR dots need to be underneath the hourly candles for a bullish momentum. Now, typically with bullish momentum, the further it is, the more you have, more momentum you have. But the closer it gets, the more likely it will flip the opposite way. That's why I'm saying, because it's so close, it can get a little dicey. So we'll have to see what happens. So it seems like the bulls are trying to really fight to keep gold alive without it having to drop. So we'll see if the bullish inflow is going to be enough to break it out of this consolidation zone. So when I'm referring to the consolidation zone, I'm referring to this consolidation right here. See this? This is the consolidation. So it's been stuck in this consolidation since from 4 until now. So about 3 hours and 25 minutes. So there've been a lot of accumulation of orders, whether it be buy orders or sell orders. There are lots of orders going on here. So what we're hoping is in this sequence, there's enough bullish orders to, number one, break out of this consolidation. And as we head towards this 1 hour resistance zone, to be strong enough to muscle through this and push up. That's ideally what we're looking for. However, in this stock market, in the futures trading, anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. So that's why we practice good risk management first, and then when we catch momentum, then we can add into a trade. So that way we know we've protected our downside. So that's what I'm doing for right now. I'm just going to wait and see. Hopefully we can break out of the consolidation. and it's still consolidating. I will say, typically for consolidations, they usually don't last this long. So whatever's going to happen is going to be big, for sure. Okay, so I'm taking a look at it on the hourly time frame. You'll see that at one point, price really pushed down, and now it's really trying to push up. So this can be a pretty good sign because it took out the liquidity over here, took it out, and if it can close, and that's the key word, if this can close around 7 o'clock, then there's a good chance we'll at least retest this 1 hour resistance zone. And that's kind of like the idea. We're hoping for at least a good retest and a push out because it did retest it already. But it can do a double top and drop down, or it can push up and muscle through and do like maybe a break and retest and push up. So obviously my bias is so hopefully it goes up because I'm going long, but the market doesn't really care about my bias. At the end of the day, the market will do whatever it wants to do. The key thing is you're just trying to choose a strategy or an edge that plays out in your favor over a long period of trades. That's kind of my mentality. So from what I've seen is when it respects the 50 EMA on the 1 hour and these parabolic SAR dots, when they're in bullish alignment, that's when we tend to have more winning trades. But whenever one is misaligned, it tends to lead to not the best trades. So we're pretty much sitting on our hands just to see, what's going on. And if when we catch something unique, I'm going to definitely look into it and see what's the next step. So right now it's just a waiting game of consolidation. Okay, so right now, as you can probably see, this box that I have right over here represents the consolidation that's been happening from 4 to until now, which should be around 7:30. So what we're hoping is as the next hour approaches, we'll either get a nice push up to continue or push down, which would suck, to go down. So that way we can try to see if we need to look for another setup. Hopefully it goes up because obviously we're going long. That's why right now we're down by 31 bucks. But hopefully if it plays out in my anticipated bullish directional bias, then we can be able to, trail and probably add to the position. But we have to wait for it to break out of this little box right here. Oh my gosh. One thing I will say is this consolidation, this tight consolidation, it can't last forever because this is gold. So at some point in time, it will break out one way or another. So that's why it's just a waiting game. At this moment, for what I'm trying to do, I'm waiting for it to push up because I'm going long. But if it pushes down, then we'd have to look for another setup. So that's pretty much where I'm at. I kept my risk to $116 just in case something were to happen. But hopefully it will go in our favor. But that's why it's just been a game of consolidation between the Bulls and Bears in this little tight sequence right here. So we just have to see what happens next. Okay, we're still in the consolidation phase. We'll take a look at that 1 hour time frame, see what's going on. All right, so you can see it's battling between these two. As we're looking at this, I'm taking a look at ES. I'm seeing that ES is pushing downwards. So as ES pushes downwards, typically it means that gold is going to be going up. Typically, obviously there are scenarios where both of them are going up or both of them are going down, but generally they like to inverse each other. So over here, I'm going to take a look, see how it's going down. Give me a second here. I'm just looking at something. Nothing. Anyway, the most important concept here, though, is you see how it's 1450 while this is going 25.5. If this starts to go down aggressively, then this should start to break out of this consolidation because we've been stuck in this consolidation for a while. And I'm hoping that ES will keep dropping. So that's good. Because if this keeps dropping, this is going to keep popping. So we just have to wait, see. Hopefully this will be the next move to push out of this consolidation as we're approaching the 8 o'clock hour, which is very close to what will probably be like, 1 hour and 30 minutes away from market open. So usually it would start to pick up some momentum as we head to the New York session. So let's see what it does. Okay, so we got about 20 minutes heading into the next hour. Usually, whenever we move to any new hour, it does come with like a surge of volume at least. So, right now, we've been in a consolidation for a few hours, starting from about 4 o'clock to about now. Okay, so we got about. Shoot. So, starting from about 4 o'clock to until now. So, what I'm hoping is that as the new hour approaches, which would be, 8 o'clock, that would see a big influx of volume, hopefully in our favor, which is the bullish side. So we'll see. Now, I'm always looking at the market for context clues. You see how ES is pushing down. You have the SAR dots beginning on ES. The odds are that this could lead to a bearish drive downwards. Now, if this keeps going down on ES, naturally gold is going to start to go up. They tend to inverse each other. So that's mainly what I'm hoping to see, that ES starts to push down while gold starts to pump up. So going into the next hour, which is going to be about 15 minutes, we should see an influx of hopefully bullish volume on gold. Now, gold has a heavy task that it needs to work on, which is this resistance zone right here. So at one point in time, obviously I'm on the 1 hour time frame, price pushed all the way down, but now it's starting to push up. So as it's pushing up, what I'm hoping or anticipating is it'll have enough volume to push up, so when the next hourly candle goes, it will at least retest this zone right here. Now, for us, at least bare minimum, for us to get to a 2R, that's going to be, the price would have to hit $4,163.40. So $4,163.40. What in the world is going on? Give me 1 second on this. So at least we have to get to here, which should be $4,154.80. So if I mark it out here, $4,054.80, we're like, that 2R is basically the 1 hour resistance zone. So I'm just going to label this as 1 hour resistance zone. Right here. So that 1 hour resistance zone so happens to be at the 1R. So by the time it muscles through, hopefully, then we can raise our stop loss to be probably slightly below, maybe slightly below that 1 hour, just because this is the 1 hour resistance zone. So the price might go and try to retest it. But for right now, it's just a waiting game. It's just us waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. So I'm hoping with the next hour, we're going to get a lot of bullish inflow, hopefully, but we'll see. So right now it appears that price wants to break out of this consolidation. So you'll start to notice that if price is pushing down, let's see if it'll break out of the consolidation. Let's see. Let's see. So we have about 10 minutes until the next hour. So I'm hoping that if it were to break past this consolidation, it would push right back in to push up and use these accumulation of orders as the liquidity to pump it out of this liquidity, out of this consolidation, if that were to happen. But ideally, what I would prefer is that it just smashes through and just goes up without having to do another liquidity sweep before to push price up. Because there's a lot of orders stacked over here. Whenever you see a consolidation, you have a lot of buy orders or sell orders stacked. So the thing is, when it breaks out, you're just trying to see which side is going to win. Typically, if it breaks out, just does a standard consolidation breakout, then the bulls have won. But sometimes it might do a liquidity grab and then reverse. So it could go either way. But I'm just kind of using the context clue of ES. So whenever I'm looking at ES, oh yeah, we're definitely down for sure. Whenever I'm looking at ES, I see it's at 18. So I know it definitely wants to keep moving down. But for gold, I'm hoping that it will muscle through it without having to breach the candle. But if it does, we will have to sit on our hands for quite some time. So this is going to be a very important hour. So we have 10 minutes. We'll see what happens. Okay. When it hits about 8 o'clock, then I'm going to start looking at the chart and see if anything special is happening. But in the meantime, we're still stuck in this consolidation. We just have to wait and see what will happen next. In the meantime, I'm going to look at other tickers just to see what's going on. Okay, you'll see right now, this candle definitely wants to go bearish. So if that is the case, then we're most likely going to get stopped out of this play. So if we go over here, see how it's going? So it's starting to go and push and push and push. And we're about to get stopped out, unfortunately. So, okay, no problemo. If this can somehow move and close in, that would be perfect. But the way it's moving, that candle really wants to breach that parabolic SAR dot. So there's a good chance it will flip the opposite way. And if it flips the opposite way, we'll have to hopefully it'll hold, but the way it's moving, it looks like we're going to get stopped out. So right now, we just have to wait and see. Okay, it's going to definitely take out our stop and most likely do a flip. But the problem is if it does a flip, unfortunately, I'd have to skip on that. So yeah, it's just a matter of waiting. Let's see what happens. So if you start to take a look at it on the 1 hour time frame, you'll now see that it's really trying to push it. So at this spot, it already now has tapped that 1 hour candle. So based on the setup, it's most likely going to complete the double top, but it could muscle through, but it's more unlikely just because of how strong this candle is on the 1 hour time frame. And based on what I'm seeing is it will probably be a push down. So with that being said, I'm going to have to be probably eyeing for like a different setup if I do see one. But in the meantime, yeah, it kind of sucks, but in about 3 minutes time, unless this thing can pull off a Hail Mary, it's most likely going to drop. But the game is not over until it says order filled right over here. So we just have to wait and see. So right now, this is the last attempt the bulls are trying to put in to try to prevent it from breaking down. But we are at least moving to the next hour. So unless the next hour comes with an injection of bullish momentum or bullish volume, it's most likely going to take us out. So let's just say we were to go on that 1 hour. You see how much volume that came in? Came in with a lot of volume. So this is the new hour that has started. So we'll see how it's going to tackle it. Let's see. Because usually there's a lot of volume coming in. And let's zoom in a little bit more. So we can kind of see the details here. Okay, so let's see. As this is going down, I'm going to keep an eye on ES to see if it'll pull up. Because ES is starting to look like it's curling up, so I'll have to keep that in mind. Okay, so now it's a battle going on. So you can see it definitely wants to go bearish, but the bulls are trying to put that last attempt because they recognize that, hey, if we're going to go up, this is the spot. Like if we don't go up right now, man, it's most likely going to drop. So the bulls are probably just stepping in with their orders to kind of muscle through. So ideally, this was the consolidation. It took it out. And if it can start to close in here, then there's a good chance that it was using this liquidity from 4 to, I think, what was it? Like around 8 o'clock as the liquidity needed to pump price up because it was consolidating in that very tight manner. Now I'm looking at this candle. It seems like this candle really is attempting to muscle through, but we'll see how it fares because within this hour, it definitely needs to start to move up to retest this 1 hour resistance zone if it intends to truly go bullish. That's the key word. So we'll see. Yeah, if I'm taking a look at this side right over here, you will see that there are a lot of orders going through. I'm trying to see if the bulls are winning. So when it comes to times and sales, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm still trying to figure this thing out because to me, it just looks like numbers moving up and down. But I do know that order flow is a real thing. It's just this is something I'm going to have to work on at some point in time. But based on what I'm seeing I'm seeing a lot of green orders coming through. And the more green orders that are coming through, the higher this candle will go up. However, as price is trying to re-enter, I'm seeing a lot of red trying to push it down. So it's definitely a strong battle between both sides to see which side is going to win. If I look at ES, I see it's starting to curl up. So there's a good chance it might curl up to go long. But gold is still putting up a pretty strong fight to keep it from breaking. So we're just essentially just waiting to see how it will fare. Let's see, 4 o'clock. Okay, so it seems like price is starting to push in towards where there was that previous consolidation, which is can be a promising sign. But the way we'll really know we're out of the woods if price is able to somehow breach this 1 hour resistance zone, if possible. So what I'm anticipating, hopefully, is that with the consolidation that happened over here, that was basically a liquidity grab to push price up. I'm looking at ES. I see ES is going down. So typically, a lot of the times when ES or NQ is red, gold tends to be green. If gold is red, ES and NQ tend to be green. So like they inverse each other. So that's what I'm hoping and betting, that inverse will work out in my favor to at least push past this 1 hour resistance zone. So that's why you see me still in the trade. I've put my stop loss over here, which would cost me $116 if it were to get breached. But hopefully price is going to muscle through. But again, we'll see what happens. Okay, it seems like the bulls are starting to push price and are wanting to push the price of gold up. So as gold is going up now, we take a look at what ES is doing. So ES is still at 1625. It's a little bit of a concern. I'm hoping that it can stay below 18. Because the lower ES goes, the stronger gold will be. But if ES starts to curl up, then gold can start to, go down, which we don't want because we want it to go long on gold. But we'll see what happens. So right now we're just waiting. So if you tuned in to the stream, you'll see that I have this box right here. This was representing the consolidation that was happening between 4 and around 8 o'clock. Now there was a big sweep that pushed price down, and now I'm starting to see bullish inflow coming in, which is good. Hopefully it will be strong enough to at least surpass this consolidation zone right here, and more importantly, surpass this 1 hour resistance zone. If we can clear these two key barriers, then what's going to happen is most likely price will push towards the 1 to 2. I'd raise my stop loss to a 1R and just trail up. That's the goal. However, it still needs to deal with this barrier right here, and obviously this big barrier right here, which is the 1 hour resistance zone. So this 1 hour resistance zone, if we look at it, it's this one right here. The goal is we wanted to break past this 1 hour resistance zone in order to avoid the formation of a double top. Because if we form a formation of a double top, then it will most likely push down. Now my concern is I'm looking at ES and it's at 1350. It's not exactly fun because I am trying to go long on gold. So if ES all of a sudden starts to bump up and just get a huge surge, then gold can take a big dump. So hoping that gold is able to surpass this, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. So back on the 5-minute time frame, you'll see that price is starting to muscle through. Obviously, it's going to be dealing with a lot of resistance from the previous shorts that were shorting after this breakout. But in the larger time frame, it still has a higher chance of being bullish than bearish at this moment in time. But there is one small thing, one tiny thing that is of a concern to me. It's this one right here. So let's just say I cleared out the drawings. You'll start to see that it has formed the bearish sort of dots at the top on the 1 hour time frame. That's why you kind of see me eyeing ES to see if ES is going to keep going up. If ES goes up, there's a good chance that this start of a bearish momentum might take over and move price down. But what I'm hoping is that the strong bullish momentum that gold has had is going to be enough to at least retest that 1 hour resistance zone. If we can at least retest it and surpass it, then there's a good chance we can get our 2R plus. But because we have some bearish momentum starting, even though we are in a bullish directional bias, it gets into this gray zone. So the way we protect ourselves whenever I'm in a gray zone like this is based on my stop loss. So my stop loss is pretty big, but I'm only using 1 micro. So it's going to be $116. So if it were to get breached, I'd only be losing $116, and that would give us, let me see, let me do my math, at least $350 minus $116 minus, I think, 124 is, let me see here. So $350 minus $116 minus another 124 should give us about $232.76 in terms of remaining capital before we have to stop trading for the day. So what I'm hoping is that the bullish momentum on gold can somehow muscle through these barriers of resistance, such as this consolidation zone right here and this 1 hour resistance zone. If it can, awesome, we would have a pretty good trade. If it can't, we'll have to switch and look for another setup, which will probably take a little bit of time. So we just have to cross our fingers and just hope that it will break past this 1 hour resistance zone. So that's basically it. I've been in the trade for some time now. So I'm hoping that as we head towards New York session, that huge volume that would typically come from New York is going to muscle through these key zones right here and push us up. So that's the goal. And if we take a look at this formation on the Renko chart, since that's what we are using, you'll see it has formed that green candle, a little bit of red, but then hopefully this is going to be green to push up. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now, just waiting to see. I usually use the Renko just to find my entry and to place my stop loss, but then I switch to the standard Japanese candlesticks to trail price or add into it. Okay, so right now we're back into the zone. Now the hope is that it starts to disrespect these bearish fair value gaps. That's the hope, right? So you had this bearish fair value gap over here. And we have this green candle that muscled through it. So what I'm hoping to see is that as price is moving, it starts to disrespect the bearish fair value gaps and respect the bullish ones. So right now, it disrespected this gap right over here, but we're hoping to see if it'll muscle through and keep moving up. Okay, starting to see some bullish volume coming in. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's starting to move in. So that 8 o'clock hour is bringing in the volume, which is good. So remember, we were in deep drawdown. We were like almost like at 70 bucks. And now we're moving up. Now we're about to go up. This is why you start to see what I was telling, if you watched earlier in the stream, why I was so picky about entering right here. So that way I would have reduced a lot of the drawdown from this section. But again, these are things I'm having to learn on the fly. But let's see if price can be able to breach this original consolidation resistance zone and then surpass this 1 hour resistance zone. It seems like with the way the bullish momentum is coming in, it most likely was using the orders that were stacked within this zone, aka probably bullish orders, sweep them, and then just try to move up. That's my assumption. I always look at context clues, right? So when I was looking at ES, I saw it was going down. Now, I will admit ES is starting to curl up, and that is a little bit of a concern for me because I'm going long on gold. However, I still feel that gold will most likely muscle through and test this 1 hour resistance zone. So there it is. There we go. So with that influx of bullish volume, I'm hoping it will breach that 1 hour zone, probably retest it, and then hit the 1 to 2. So that way, when we raise our stop loss, we'll have a little bit of distance to trail price. Now, the good news is we don't have any red folder news heading into New York session, so there shouldn't be any kind of craziness that would cause us to have to be forced to get out of the position. So mainly it's just a waiting game. It's just a game of patience. Luckily for myself, I'm a very, 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 very patient trader. So I just have to just simply wait for price to do its thing. And now we just wait and see. I wish I had more commentary. It's just there's nothing happening that is huge yet. We just have to see if we can at least breach this. Once we breach this, then it'll definitely be interesting. Okay, so right now we're seeing that price is muscling through. Obviously, there's still going to be some bearish volume coming in to try to push against it. But right now, we've made some pretty good progress. It swept the sell side liquidity right over here, and it's moving the price upwards. Now, the key thing, like I said, we need to breach this zone right here, which was the consolidation high. And then we obviously need to breach this 1 hour resistance zone. If we can get a nice strong pop to push both, then that would be good, because then there's now a fighting chance that price will keep moving up. So we're going to take a look at it on the 1 hour time frame, because I always like to look at the higher time frame, because that's how I judge my bias. We have some good news. ES is down at 1825, so there's a good chance that gold will keep doing its thing and muscling through this resistance zone. So that's the key thing. I typically, if I'm going to go long on gold, ideally want ES or NQ to be red or pushing downwards as much as possible. So we are just waiting and seeing what it does next. So with this style of trading, since it's not like scalping, it's more of like entering the trade, being patient in order to let it do its thing. It takes time, but it means that I have to reduce my trades in a day. Because one thing I've noticed is the less trades that I have to make to hit my goal, the better. I usually like to keep it at 3 as my maximum trades. Now, if I scale into a position, I'm not going to count that against myself because I'm just adding to a winning trade. But if there's no scale-ins, then there should only be 3 trades in a day. And for scaling purposes, like if we hit the 3R, if we find some sort of entry within here to here, then I'm willing to at least take a position. But ideally, if I could find one above here, then that would be perfect. The whole concept is I don't want to average down here because I really don't know if the play is going to work out or not. But once I get to at least a 3R, then I know no matter what sequence happens, as long as my stop loss is above this 2R line, and if I were to lose that, then I will at least walk out with a 2R. That's the idea behind the trade. So I would want it to be more over here, but it all depends. And obviously when I'm doing this, since this is a huge stop loss, I would most likely use a stop loss that's a little bit smaller than this, probably half. So whatever I'm risking, it's not gonna eat up too much into my profits if it's wrong. But ideally need it to be in where I would feel more comfortable is either here, but I prefer to be up here. So that way I know that no matter what's happening, the odds are in my favor that even if it has a sharp reversal for whatever reason, I'm still Gucci. I'm still walking out okay. But for right now, again, it's just a game of waiting, being patient, and see what gold does. Okay, so it seems that now gold is starting to push upwards. So we're now testing the consolidation zone that was formed during 4 o'clock to around 4 until close to 8 o'clock, right? It's testing out this original box. So now we want to see if it will have enough momentum or bullish momentum to muscle through this. But the key one that I really want to focus on is that 1 hour resistance zone. So that's going to be where my full focus and attention is going to be on. So we just wait for it to do its thing, to keep pushing. Now it's pushing in. We're seeing some bullish inflow, which is awesome. Now we're just waiting for price to keep muscling through. Okay, so that's a good sign. There's a lot of bullish volume coming in, which is good. Right now, we're pretty close towards the New York session. So as we're pushing towards New York session, there's going to be a lot of volume. A lot of people are going to be awake to trade. So when they're starting to see this, when they see this big green candle coming in, then a lot of people would want to go long. So that's going to naturally prompt more bullish volume. So what I'm anticipating is this candle will hopefully break past this 1 hour resistance zone. And when this hour completes, then we'll flip back to bullish and continue the trend. That's the hope. Now, will it actually happen? We'll have to see what the market decides. So pretty much, again, the main focus now, once we clear these two, is that when we hit the 2R zone, we raise our stop loss to here, and we have to cross our fingers that the price is not going to just hit the 2R and do a super drop, because if it does, unfortunately, I would have to, close the position, because I have to follow my trailing rules. Because as I'm working on this Renko stuff, I know that if I start to do it without that trailing rule in place, then it's a problem. The only time that I would maybe probably go against it is if I'm up on the week, up on the day. But most of the time I prefer to just simply mark out the risk to rewards, the original risk to reward zones, and trail price to that point. If price were to tap me out, it would suck, but would have to close the trade for the day more on a break even with a smidge of profit. But if price can muscle through and keep pumping, then that would be good. If I do see a setup where I can scale into a trade, I would definitely take advantage of that. But I ideally want it to be pretty much ideally over here. But I would basically say I would really want it to be around here. But if it does appear around here as well, if it's not eating into the profit zone too much, then it's okay. But ideally, I want to be up. So I'm going to draw a little line just to let me know. Scale-ins only above. Let me write that down. Hold on. Scale-ins only allowed above this zone. So I know visually I'm going to put a color, just something to let me know where I can do scale-ins. It's only allowed above this zone right here. This will keep me from having to be in a situation where I'm eating too much into my profits. But yeah, so this chart is starting to get a little bit cluttered. So let me clear it up. Just know that the 1 hour resistance zone is where we have the 1R anyway. So just keep that in mind so I don't have too many things blocking or obstructing my view. So I'm only keeping like the necessary stuff, which is to know where I'm allowed to scale in. And if I do see an opportunity to do so, then I will. But it needs to be at least above this zone right here. That's where I'd feel more comfortable. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now it's just a game of waiting, allowing price to do its thing. And yeah, so we just keep checking in, seeing how it's doing. Just know where we have the 1R. That's the original 1 hour resistance zone. Okay, so let's see how we're doing. Now it's 8:45. So we are about 45 minutes until the New York Open. So whenever we hit the New York Open, it tends to be pretty volatile. So I'm going to have to think on how I'm going to approach the trailing, because that is the one key concern. I'm hoping that it would be a strong bullish upward curve and no shenanigans of crazy back and forth price action, because we've already been in this consolidation zone. So we'll see what happens. Ideally, I would hope that we can get closer to a 2R as soon as market opens, because if we get to a 2R area or close to it, as soon as market opens, there's a good chance it'll just push up aggressively. And if it pushes up aggressively, I can raise my stop loss and then start to hunt for a setup where I can scale in. But if it's gonna go like this and drag its way up until the New York opens, that's where I will need to practice a little discretion on how I'm going to trail my stop loss. So we'll see what happens. We still have 45 minutes. Hopefully within 45 minutes, we'll get pretty close to a 2R or close to it. So as soon as New York opens, big push, hopefully a big push up rather than a big push down. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We still need a close above this zone right here. You see my cursor. This zone right here, if we can be able to get a candle closure above it, that would be awesome. So that's kind of like the goal right now. And I'm going to put that as a line and put that as orange. So that way we know where we need to take out. So these candles forming, we need a 5-minute bullish close above, and then another 5-minute bullish close above this 1R zone, which represents the 1 hour resistance zone. So we'll see. If we take a look at the 1 hour time frame, we'll still see it's still pushing towards testing this 1 hour resistance zone. ES is still bearish, but you'll see that it's now almost forming a green doji candle. So that's a little bit of a concern, because if it closes green and price comes in and starts to shoot up, then the gold can take a hit. So hope is that this will muscle through, so that way we don't have to, so we don't have to, switch to another trade because of getting stopped out. So that's the goal. We're just trying to get to a 2R as soon as we can. It's not like we can control price, but ideally, if I could get to a 2R or close to it, then I could use the volume of the New York session, hopefully bullish, to push us up so I can trail my price properly. Okay, so if you're tuning in right now, I'm basically taking a long on gold. What I'm anticipating is that gold will most likely break past this place that I've labeled as a 1R. This 1R represents the 1 hour resistance zone. So the goal is that if the bullish inflow that's coming in after sweeping this consolidation zone from 4 to about 8 o'clock, is it will have enough bullish momentum to muscle through this 1R or 1 hour resistance zone in order to kind of keep price going up. So ideally, if we get to a 2R, I would raise my stop loss to 1R. And then if I can get some scale in opportunities above this line, then I'll scale in. So ultimately, we're trying to push for a 5R, which would be awesome. So if we could get a scale in as we go towards this 419 could increase to a lot more, maybe like 500 or 600, you know? So that's how I would play this. But it all depends on how it's going to treat the 1 hour resistance zone and how it's going to treat this former consolidation zone. I need it to close at least one, just even one 5-minute bullish candle close above this box right here. And so that way you can tell the box that I'm referring to is right there. So mainly, we need to see it close above. So if you can close above that, then we need to see it close above that. And then now there's a good chance that price will muscle through to the 2R. So now it's just a waiting game. And that's it. So anything that I'm doing in here is for just entertainment purposes only. It's not financial advice. If you're looking for financial advice, man, you gotta get an actual financial guy who knows, who's a financial advisor, because when it comes to trading, it's a very, very risky business. You don't want to just be following a person's live trades. What you want to do is you just want to learn, okay, how are they thinking? What are they doing? And then you use your own discretion. Because at the end of the day, you're the only one responsible for every button that you're pressing in your brokerage account or prop firm account. So keep that in mind. Now, based on the price action that I'm seeing, it feels like gold is just grinding up. So I'm hoping that in the next 5 minutes, with a new hour coming in, it'll give it enough bullish momentum to push price higher. Because as we move closer and closer to the New York session, progressively, they should be getting a lot more volume, hopefully bullish volume, to push price up. Now, if we take a look at it on the 1 hour time frame, because that's what I'm basing this on, you'll see that we're on this candle right here. This is the 1 hour resistance zone. So what we're hoping is that price will be strong enough to push through this zone. So that way when it flips, hopefully it will flip green. Now we have about 5 more minutes until the new hour. What we're hoping is that with that new hour, it will push price up to break past this zone of resistance right here. So that's why I'm really paying a lot of attention to this spot, particularly here and here. One thing I will say, one cool hack I've learned after doing these trading stuff is that the beginning of a new hour tends to come with a lot of volume. For some reason, it's just one of those things I've noticed over time. So if you're ever trying to, time your trades with volume, definitely try to take advantage of, the positioning yourself for the new hour. So whenever you do that, if your analysis is correct, you have a good chance of a huge inflow of price, because there tends to be a lot of either liquidity sweeps or liquidity runs. Either way, that requires volume. So hopefully, you position yourself in a way where the odds are in your favor. But the most important thing, especially with this style of trading, is the waiting. Like, you actually have to be patient. I can't start fidgeting around and getting all emotional. I just have to let price do its thing. So the one benefit is gold tends to have a lot of participants, usually. So at some point in time, it will most likely, hopefully, at least retest this zone right here. So if it retests the zone, we'll see if the bulls are strong enough to muscle through. Now, my context clue is I'm looking at ES. Right now, ES is at minus 17. If you wanted to take a look at what the NASDAQ looks like, it's minus 124.50. So it's bearish, but it's not as crazy. So that's kind of a little bit of a concern, right? Because it can easily curl up and then go bullish. If that were to happen, we always have a backup. So, but what I'm hoping is that gold will muscle through this, but we'll have to wait and see. So we're 2 minutes into the new hour, so we should be anticipating more volume coming into the trade, into this setup. Hopefully bullish volume. One more minute until 9 o'clock. So that should definitely pick up volume. We should start to see that the time and sales should be picking up. So as soon as 9 o'clock hits, we should start to see some sort of movement. Okay, so price is starting to push down as we're entering the new hour. So let's see what it does. So you start to notice that on the time and sales, it's starting to scroll a lot faster than before. That's because whenever we start to head towards New York session, there's going to be a lot of volume. Based on my view of the setup, I feel that gold should still keep pushing up. And the reasoning behind that is, if you take a look at it on the 1 hour time frame, it's pushing towards this resistance zone. Now, for a long time, it was having the bullish momentum of the parabolic SAR dots. Now, as soon as it hit this zone right here, it did show 2 bearish candles. Now, the only thing is, when I'm looking at ES, I'm seeing that ES is still bearish. So I'm hoping that we could use that to move us up. But that's why it gets a little tricky, because it does form the dots here. So it could just muscle through and just drop us out. But there's that fighting chance where it can still push up, retest, and keep going. So this is why it's a little bit on the tricky side with this setup. It's not exactly crystal clear, but the odds are better for me to bet bullish on gold and anticipate that it will at least retest this zone, hopefully close above this zone green than red. But if it does close red, we're willing to accept the loss of 116 bucks. So that's kind of the game plan. And now it's just a matter of waiting to see what happens. So we're going to zoom in so we can see this clearly. And now it's just a matter of waiting. So as we approach 9:30, that's when it gets a little intense. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so it seems that price is gonna go and attempt to go down even lower again. And if it stops us out, no problem. We're just gonna have to wait and see if there's another setup that will present itself. So the only concern is this. So I know as soon as 8:30 hits, it can be very volatile. Now my concern is if it hits, it could go take out my stop and then go back up, which would kind of suck. But if that were to happen, I would have to patiently wait for another setup. But, this is where we'll see what happens. Okay. So we have about close to 21 more minutes until 8:30. So hopefully, and within that start of the New York session, we can have just enough momentum to muscle through this consolidation, because I was kind of a little bit frustrated that we were stuck in consolidation, we got a sweep, we were pushing up, and now it seems like we're going to go back into consolidation again. So I'm kind of wondering, okay, what's going on here? But doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, everything has been accounted for. No news. So because there's no news, we still got to wait it out. So I will say this. What kind of sucks in this situation is you can't control drawdown, right? You just can only control how much you're willing to risk, how much you're willing to lose. I will say that with the way price is moving, it's most likely going to make its final decision at New York Open, which kind of sucks because I would have ideally wanted to be up here than down here. Because obviously it's down here, you could just go, take out the stops and then probably go all the way up. That would be very frustrating, but it is what it is. So I'm trying to see if price is just gonna stop me out or it's gonna somehow move up. So this is that unknown zone. So it's mainly about me waiting to see. I'm gonna take a look, see how we're performing on the 1 hour time frame. Yep. So as we're pushing, it's insisting on wanting to go bearish. So if that happens, then we may have to just, get the stop out. But what I was hoping for is that this bullish candle would have been enough to kind of push price up to take it out. But the way it's working is it seems that it wants to go take out this. And if it takes that out, then we would basically be out of the trade. So we'll see what happens. It's all about 8:30, how it decides to open up. If it opens up bearish, we're out. If it opens up bullish, we have a fighting chance. So it all depends on how 8:30 opens. So we have about close to 15 minutes. And now it's just a matter of waiting to see. Okay, we got 15 more minutes until New York open. So hopefully it comes with a lot of bullish inflow. But if it comes with a lot of bearish inflow, we may have to pivot and see if we have an opening on ES. But it's still there until we're stopped out. So we'll just have to wait and see. So we're coming to about 12 minutes until New York opens. So basically what I'm hoping, this is on the hope level at this point, is that when New York open hits, it will come in with bullish volume rather than bearish volume. However, the odds are there's going to be a lot of bearish volume right now coming into it. So if that were to happen, no problem. We just have to wait and see if there's another setup that I can take later on. But at this moment in time, it really depends on what happens in the next 10 minutes. So the key thing is we are only risking 116 bucks, probably $117.24. But it gives us enough cushion or room to find another trade that will help us to at least close the day green. That's like my main thing, is just try to close the trade or the day green as much as I can. So I have to be more cautious, especially in the beginning. But if it does work out in my favor, then I can at least be able to take advantage of that push. But the way it's working, the way it's looking, it's most likely going to go and take out the stop. So if that were to happen, we're okay. But we really do have to see what happens in the next 30 minutes. Well, the next 10 minutes. Because the way it's looking, it's going to look more like it's want to sweep one of these hourly candles, maybe to go up. Because here, ES is starting to curl up, which is what I hate. I hate this so much. Because now when it curls up, then there's a good chance that gold is going to take a plunge. So it's unfortunate, but again, I can't really control the market. But I just have to roll with the punches. Yep. Yeah. All right, we're going to get stopped out. Here we go. So it seems like it wants to do the reversal. Now, because it wants to do the reversal, we're going to take a stop out of $116. Now, the next goal is with the next trade, try to see if I can get a clean, push. But we'll see. There we go. All right. So we've took a hit of $115.24. So pretty much what happened is ES created this bullish CRT. So now what it's doing is it wants to move up. So with it wanting to move up, we have a good chance of it wanting to take out this zone right here. So with that being said, the way we want to approach this is we're going to jot down the loss. So we took $115.24 loss. So we're going to go here. Let me write my notepad. Okay, so trade one, long gold loss of $115.24, and that's times 2 since I'm doing the copy trading. So now it'll be trade 2, but I do need to put my total balance worth risking is going to be $350 max, including fees and commissions. Okay, so trade 2 will most likely be a push taking advantage of this this ES push upwards. So since it wants to do that, we're going to have to pivot a little bit. Now, let me take a look, see if there's any opportunity where I could enter. Looking at RTY, this is most likely going to be a bullish CRT entry. So I'm going to take a look and see if I can get a clean entry here. if I can, then no problem. We can enter the trade. But if I can't, then I'm not going to take that. So this would be 50 times 2. That would be fine if you can tap and push. So I'm going to go pivot to RTY. So RTY, the reason why I'm going with RTY at the moment is that unless ES can give me an entry, RTY technically is more textbook right now with the bullish CRT right over here. So let me put that in here. Just be patient. We're going to go here, tap, tap, go to the 5 minute. So this is one of my setups, which I call the bullish CRT model. What I'm hoping to do is that price some way, somehow, will at least tap in a way where I can be able to get a 2R. I'm looking just to see that it will hopefully give us an entry. I also need to take a look at what ES is doing, because ES is good, but it's not a textbook setup yet, because you still have these bearish SIR dots pushing against it. I'm going to look at YM, make sure that we have a setup. There's no setup on YM, so I'm going to take an entry on RTY. So let me go here. Let me buy. Let me see. Limit 2. So RTY, the ticker value is $50. So you pay or you get $50 a gain for every point. So my main focus right now is just for it to tap into the zone. I may have to move it up just a tiny smidge, but I don't want to surpass this spot right here. This is my sweet spot. I don't want to pass it. So here, we're going to go put our stop loss here. Oh, shoot. That was not what I anticipated. Oh, my gosh. All right. Let's see. I may have to sell one at a loss. Oh, I should have put it at one contract. I meant to put one contract. Whatever. That's on me. Yeah, I meant to put one contract. So right now, I'm going to have to play it smart and see how I'm going to pivot here. Because the odds are it'll probably hit. If it does, hey, no problem. But I did over leverage. It was accidental. I should have recognized it's 50 times 2 times 2 is the 210, but I kind of made a mistake on that one. It is what it is. So if this doesn't turn out in my favor, we're out for the day because I made a mistake. So yeah, that kind of sucks. But hopefully it'll push up. Hopefully, all right. There's a good chance because it seems like it wants to go up. Gold is plunging, so hopefully it will pull up. So you see how gold is going down now? That meant that the zone or the resistance was still too strong for it, and because it did that, it's plunging. But the problem is now my RTY position is gonna probably be taken out as well. Oh man, that was not what I anticipated, because that means I would have to risk a little bit more. Man, that was not good execution. At least on a risk level. So Yeah, I might get stopped out on this one too. You know what I should have done? I should have used my trading view to see what I was risking at that time, because, you know, hopefully my intuition is right, but at this point, I definitely did over leverage because I was not supposed to risk that. It was supposed to be like 110. So yeah, that wasn't what I wanted. Damn it.
Order filled.
Shit. Okay. Not good. So come on, buddy. Why? Come on, dude. Really? And it hit the target. Ah, of course it did. That's annoying. Okay. I don't know what happened there. That was just, I don't understand why it would do that, but yeah. I hate New York. I hate it so much. I hate it. Oh, that's such bad execution. Okay. Now I gotta think. All right, 330, 84. Yeah. 3, 4, 110. So basically, what I was anticipating is it would be a bullish reversal, but it unfortunately took out my stop before doing it, which is very frustrating because, you know, right bias just stopped out. Okay. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. All right. This is what I'm going to do. The one mistake I made was I over leveraged on that trade. I meant to only risk 100 so I would have enough for this other one, but it didn't happen. So I'm hoping that, man, that kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of pissed me off a little bit because it's just this crazy candle appearing out of nowhere. All right, let's see. So we have the ES, we have NQ. Now, with the way price is moving, we know gold is going bearish. At least we know it's going bearish. Now, I can take the risk of going for gold but I would be breaking even more rules here. So I'm thinking with gold going down and it going bearish, should I take this or should I be patient enough to wait for ES? I should have been on M2K. I have no idea why I didn't check on that, but either way, that's what I'm dealing with. So now I'm going to take a look at this. So this is how I'm going to navigate this issue. I'm going to be patient enough to wait until the sword dots comes through. I'm going to be on MES. When it does it again, hopefully this time it'll be strong enough to push. Right now, gold is pushing down, which is good. However, we need to see a flip. So here, I'm going to do this. I'm going to see that it has officially flipped. Now, with that being said, I haven't seen a flip yet on here. So it gets a, oh, okay, this is on the 1 hour. Let me change that to 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, so in a case like this, if I had, and this is where it's kind of frustrating because here on the 1 hour time frame, we're still technically above here. So it gets a little bit conflicting. So now because of that being happening, I wish the RTY didn't just stop me out so quickly. It stopped me out and hit the target. But let's see. I'm just going to wait and just be patient and see if ES will turn around. Ideally, I didn't want to be in this position, but since I am in the position, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play the long game. So what's going to happen is I'm going to take one more attempt on ES or MES. Let me make sure of that. I'm going to take one more attempt on MES, and the goal is it's starting to form the what we call the Renko blocks. So what's going to happen is as MES is starting to reverse upwards, when these candles form, at least one candle forming the new bullish wave, then I'll take another position to go long. That way, at least I don't have to break my rule of it being above the 50 EMA. In this case, we'll have to wait it out and see. So I'll give myself a little bit of time to cool off a little bit while this cooks. And right now, I'm going to have to also add the other loss. That was so quick. 4 minutes. Man. That sucks. All right. So $210. And this is $560. So we took another hit. Trade 2. Long RTY. Loss of 210. Man. 210 plus $5.60. That's $215.60. So that's another loss. So pretty much if this bullish ES does not work out in my favor, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to call it a day, reset, and try to deal with it during the Asia session. So we'll wait and see. In the meantime, I want to keep that there. And then we're going to go to MES. I want to keep an eye on this. But in the meantime, just keep an eye on the chart. It gives me some time to cool off a little bit. Yeah, it's just I think the RTY one was the one that kind of made me a little bit angry because it's like, bruh, it stopped me out and hit the target. So it's frustrating, but it is what it is. That's part of trading. But I will have to kind of keep an eye on my balance. So with that being said, I'm just going to wait for these SAR dots to come up. And once it breaches, then I'm going to go long on ES. By that time, it will mean that we're most likely pushing past this 1 hour bearish momentum to switch to the going long. So I'm surprised that it held here. I thought for sure it would keep going down, but that was like my main concern in the first one. Like if this price does not cooperate, it's not good. What the heck? Huh. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of give my thoughts. So we took two back-to-back losses. One loss with gold, I was okay with. The other loss with RTY, I wasn't too happy about because I accidentally over leveraged. I didn't do the calculation correctly. So yes, it's $50 per point times two is 100 times two, and that's where I made the mistake. Um, yeah, so that part kind of bums me out a little bit. The way I'm gonna pivot out of this is I'm gonna just have to patiently wait because I can only take one more trade now. I really want to make sure I can be able to recover from it. Is we'll wait for the star dots to move down. Once they move down, then I'm gonna look to enter a bullish position up once it flips. So in the meantime, we just have to wait for the flip. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna draw our three boxes. And we're gonna try. Now, if this sequence fails, I'm locking myself out so that way I don't tilt. Yeah, the mistake with RTY is I just over leveraged the position. So it was accidental, but I did do that. And those kind of mistakes can really hurt whenever I'm trying to climb out a drawdown, because the idea is now with whatever play I'm making, I'm hoping that I can at least close for a break even. So it would be like a waste of a trade, even though we had, one trade that looked decent, but then obviously it failed. That's nothing I can really control. I can only control risk. But the second one was kind of tough because it hit the target, but it unfortunately took me out and then hit the target, which was not good. I think what I should have done is I should have closed for that loss, right? I should have closed for the loss and tried to re-enter if I felt confident, but I didn't. So I'm going to have to deal with that, and that's just something I'm going to have to work on. So this is going to be the last one, and we will see what we need to do next. So basically what I'm really trying to do is, as this is forming, I want this candle to be solid green. So if this is solid green, there's a good chance that the dot will appear at the bottom right over here, which would be the start of a bullish wave, which we can take advantage of. Okay, so now it seems that the bears are still on ES. So mainly what I'm going to have to do is hopefully later on in the day, try to see if there's going to be a reversal up. I'm hoping that we can get it, within this live trading session. If not, then I may have to do it off stream. But let me see where we are in terms of the hours. So we've been doing this for about 3 hours and 44 minutes. So, we may have to wait for a later time to see if there's going to be a reversal. 1 second. So we may have to see if there's going to be a reversal soon. So it is what it is. Okay, so now that I've cooled off a little bit, I want to just take one more trade on MES when it decides to flip bullish on the Renko. That way we can try to redo this again. Hopefully this time on the winning side, which is ES. The RTY, I probably should have used that CRT setup on my metals, which is what I usually use. So I don't know why I made that mistake at that leverage point, but definitely going to journal that, try to figure out how to improve on that area, because my goal is just to try to reduce as many mistakes as I can. So the first trade, even though that was a loss, I was happy that I took that trade. It made sense at the moment. The second trade is the one where, I'm kind of feeling a little bit annoyed with what the market had to do for that flush. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So we shake it off. We're going to take one more shot. This time, we're going to properly check on size. So this is going to be 950. Now, when it comes to doing this, 950 times 5 equals 47.5. So I'm willing to risk up to 3 micro contracts. If this one does not pan out, then yeah, that would suck a lot. But that's why risk management matters so much, especially if you're noticing you're getting a lot of hits. But for me, I need to make sure my numbers are solid this time. No funny business. So I'm going to go to my chart. Okay, so for MES, it's 74 cents. So with that being said, I'm going to go here. 74 cents times 3 is going to be 222. So basically what's going to happen is if this does not work out, we would have a pretty huge drawdown. And that would suck because I'm really trying to get back up on the account. Oops. Ooh. All right. 142.50 plus 2.22 is $144.72. So if this were wrong, then that means I would be closing the day at a huge loss of almost a half a grand on both accounts. Oh, 475 on both accounts. So not good. Hopefully it turns out to be a winner, but it is what it is. So at least in this round, I'm going to practice a little more self-control. Wait until it turns green completely, and I'm going to use this as my stop just like before. We're not shifting from the game plan. We stick to it, and now we wait. So now it has formed, and I'm hoping that this is going to turn green, because even though this is formed, which is good, we need one candle to form with the dot being underneath. So it's still in the working progress. So ideally, it's probably going to be right over here. Trade. I'm going to go to the other one. And we are just going to have to wait it out. We're going to have to wait for that setup. As price is doing its thing, we're going to take a look at it on the 1 hour time frame. So ideally, I'm hoping within the next hour, it will flip where these candles right here flip at the bottom with the anticipation of it going bullish. So that's setup number 1. Setup number 2, which is going to be a little bit tighter, is this setup where I can be able to see a sweep of this low candle. It form a bullish green hammer candle, and to see if we will be able to find a fair value gap that we can enter to go long. So it all depends, but the more conservative play is just to wait for this one to simply create one more wrinkle block and flip. When it flips it, then I'll enter. And if this one's a loss, I am cutting it off for the day, because I would have probably noticed that I'm not in the rhythm. And if I'm not in rhythm after 3 trades, then I'm out. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens next. So it appears right now that there's still a lot of bearish momentum on ES. So because of that, it's going to be a struggle for it to flip bullish. However, we'll still see if it will give us an opportunity. If it does, we'll take it. But if not, it's all good. So if it does continue this bearish downward trend, we'll let it do its thing. I'm mainly focused on getting the reversal of this. Because if we can get the reversal of this, we have a good chance to move higher. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. I'll keep an eye on copper just to see how it's going to form. If some way, somehow, don't know how, but if this candle was somehow able to close bullish, I would look to see if there's any 5-minute fair value gap that I can use to pivot the price up. The odds are it'll most likely close bearish, so there wouldn't really be an opportunity for me to go long. Right now with gold being bearish, with ES somewhat being bearish, but not really making a decision yet, we're kind of having to sit on our hands and we'll see what happens next. So I'm taking a look at ES to see if this candle forming right now is going to be strong enough to push past this bearish momentum that's coming in on the hourly. If it can flip, we have a good chance to find a reversal up. But if it can't flip and it's overpowered by these 1 hour bearish parabolic star dots, then we'll have to be patient and see if we can catch a reversal. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I'm dealing with. So just to kind of recap, we are at a loss of $3.30.84, which is not good. Ideally, I've been trying to, get out of this zone right here. I mainly want to be, at least with my account balance, I want to be around 4,500 at least. But right now, I've just been taking a few hits the past few weeks, to be honest with you guys. So had a win, win, win. Then there's a loss here. If I can catch a good trade, maybe at best it's a break even, but not a winning day, unless I can catch a really crazy reversal. Those odds are a little bit on the, we'll see what happens. But if I can be able to at least even close this day green, even for a small amount, that's fine. I can be able to recover, try to take some trades maybe later in the evening session. But for right now, my main focus is to see if I can get a possible reversal. But if there's no reversal, we'll have to take the hit on the trade. So, yeah. Okay, I think that's basically it for now. It seems that even if ES and NQ do a reversal, it'll probably be later on in the day. So for right now, we're just going to close the stream and recap what we're working with. So we took a total loss of $330.84. Now, I'm still going to keep my options open just in case I do find a trade later on in the day. Hopefully it's a winner to reduce this loss, but the loss for the day still stands at $330.84. We took one trade which had a loss of 114, which I was okay with, but this trade should have been half this, which came out at 210. And the reason why is because I miscalculated. I saw it was for 2 points, but then I still put 2 contracts. That's what messed me up. So because of that, unfortunately, now we are in a pretty much deep drawdown. I have to be very patient and see if maybe later on in the day there might be a reversal. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. But if there is, I will take an attempt if I have enough time and if it makes sense. If not, it is what it is. So we'll have to wait until the evening to restructure and then try again. So that wraps up everything. I'll see you possibly in the Asia session or at least on the London session tomorrow. So peace out, everybody. I'm out.